City. At this time, if I could please have you all rise for our national anthem. Well, in ring one, we are going to get started with your open Brahman show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We will be starting with group classes. First class in will be embryo produce of dam. Over in the Santa Gratuitous ring, we are going to get started with class one. Well, over here in ring one, your judge this morning, Mr. Mitch Thomas of Raymondville, Texas. He lives there with his wife, Linda, and daughters, Morgan, Lauren, and Logan. He's the owner and manager of Thomas Charlets. He's a 1991 graduate of Texas A&M University, and he is a member of the meats and livestock judging teams. He has judged over 1,000 shows within the U.S. and abroad, including several national and junior national shows. For those of you sitting over by ring one, please put your hands together for our judge, Mr. Mitch Thomas. And over in ring 2, we are getting started with your Santa Gertrudis female show. Your judge today, Mr. Jimmy Butler of Republic of Missouri. His wife, Andrea, 40 years. Daughter and son-in-law, Jocelyn and Cody Washam. And granddaughter, Kyla Joe. Also his son, Joel Butler, who works alongside of him. He ran a custom fitting service for 30 years, showing Simmental and Limousin cattle. He's been a purebred Hereford breeder for over 50 years. He has also had the privilege to judge numerous state fairs in the Midwest, as well as local and regional shows. He has judged in Denver, the American Royal, and Louisville. For those of you in the Jim Norick Arena, put your hands together for our judge in ring 2, Mr. Jimmy Butler. Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. We have the results of your embryo produce of dam. First place was exhibited by Razorback Farms. Second place, Morena Ranches, SCC, Morena Ranches, SCC, and Carrier Cattle Company. We'll now bring in your next class, which will be Get a Sire. Congratulations, first place in your Get a Sire class exhibited by Moreno Ranches. We'll now bring in your next class, which will be Embryo Produce of Dam in your Gray Brahman show. Well, congratulations over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. We have the results of Class 1. First place was exhibited by Connors College with CSC Marianne. Second place is exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel with Miss 777 Boston 161. And third place in that class exhibited by Creighton Cummings with BK Firehunter. We're now bringing Class 2 over here in Ring 2. Over in your Brahman show, the results of your Produce of Dam and your Gray Brahman show. First place exhibited by VA Ranch. Second place exhibited by BR Cutter Incorporated. And third place exhibited by Cadence Lindsay. We'll now bring in your Get of Sire and your Gray Brahman show. And congratulations, first place in your Get a Sire is VA Ranch. We will now go right into your Open Brahman Female show. We'll be starting with Class 1 Reds. And congratulations over here in Ring 2, results of Class 2. First place exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel with Windcrest Cinnamon 1/35. We'll now bring in Class 3.
Check, check. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to sort through your Brahman cattle. A nice, cool day here in Oklahoma City, and it's going to be a fun day and a nice opportunity to evaluate some good cattle. So start off our red heifer show with a single entry here in our Summerborns. Here's a female that's got some future to her. She's got some depth and arch to her rib. She's sound enough when we ask her to go. In the real world, you might like to level her just a bit in terms of her hip, maybe give her a nickel more bone, but a nice way to get us started here in our Brahman show this morning.
Well, congratulations in Ring 1. Results of your first class of red Brahman females. Exhibitor in first place is IS Ranch Fitting Services with 4N Miss 601. Next class in will be Class 2.
Well, a nice pair of Brahman heifers here as we move into this next class. The young lady's heifer is going to win. There's just so much more to that one. She's got so much more dimension to her center body, and then when you ask her to get on the move, she moves with a great deal more base width off both ends of her skeleton. I might like to change her just a bit in the way she sets that front foot. She's a little more toed out when you steady her from her knee to the ground, but still I'm going to call that one sound enough. I just think there's so much more cow there that I need to use her to beat the heifer in second. Heifer in second probably comes a nickel square in terms of the way she's designed from a structure standpoint. I like the muscle shape in that one. We just have to see her a little further along in terms of condition at this point. She just gets a little flatter and narrower when we study her when she comes to us up front. So a nice pair of Summers hair there to get us going here in this division.
Well, congratulations over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. We have the results of Class 3. First place was exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel. Second place exhibited by Holly Ann Roach. And third place went to Connors College. We'll now bring in Class 4 over here in ring 2. Back over in ring 1, results of your second class of Red Brahman females. First place was exhibited by Aubrey Ellis, and second place exhibited by Herzog Cattle.
Well, a really nice class of heifers here as we move into these April borns. Heifer that leads off the class, I think she just balances up so nicely. She's super strong top. She's very long and level in terms of the way that her hip is designed. She's got plenty of muscle shape to her, yet she's feminine enough when we study that one from a profile. Put her on the move, she's still sound enough on the go. I'd like to give her just a bit more flex and freedom behind, but there's one that I think marks a lot of the boxes in terms of being just an awful complete kind of a female. Heifer in second, I love the moderate package that she comes in. She's big ribbed, she's super deep. When you study that one right through her flank, she's big enough in terms of her bone work. I just think we need to elevate that one just a bit in her chest floor. I think we need to lengthen her a bit up through that front 1/3, make her just a nickel more feminine up front. I think that top pair is an awful nice duo. Cattle that come in 3 and 4 are a little more extreme in their kind than what I ideally like to see. Heifer in thirds just got to learn to be a show cow. There's one that's super feminine. She's very long-sided. I say she's sound enough. We've just got to have more center rib and body in that one, have more depth in her to move her up in this particular class. Heifer that's going to round out the lineup, there's one that's probably got a nickel more substance to her, maybe a bit more dimension from end to end. I think her problem is her structure up front. She wants to be a bit more upright in terms of her scapula, but still a high-quality female to round out this particular class. Nice group, a nice heifer to win this class. Well, a nice single entry here in our March heifer calf class. The young lady brings us a super long-sided, very extended fronted one that's really nice in terms of the way she ties the point of her shoulder up into her neck. There's one that for that added frame size could use a tick more dimension to her center rib, maybe a little more depth in terms of her forerib there as well, but still a super nice, nicely balanced kind of a female there. Be interesting to get her back out here with our other class winners when we select a division champion. Nice heifer to be a single entry.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Brahman ring, we have the results of Class 3 Red Brahman females. First place was exhibited by Rafter T Ranch. Second place exhibited by J&L Cattle Services. Third place, Herzog Cattle. And fourth place was Aubrey Ellis. And then into Class 4, first place was exhibited by J&L Cattle Services. We'll now bring in Class 5 Red Brahman females over here in ring 1.
Well, over here on the Brahman side, we've got a nice pair of February heifers out here. There's just so much more power in the heifer that's going to win. That one's just got so much more dimension from a muscle standpoint and a sheer base width standpoint. I think she's the one you need to tie to in this duo. There's one that's got plenty of bone work under her. She's a big-footed kind of a female. If I were to be a little critical of her, I might like to strengthen her just a bit on her pasterns when she gets out and goes. But there's one that's awful good from a sheer dimension and overall volume standpoint, a nice female to win the class. Heifer in second's probably a little more correct in terms of the way she comes to the ground. One that's maybe a nickel more feminine up front. That one just gets a little flatter in terms of her rib shape and her muscle design when I compare her to the one that goes out in front. High quality female to win this particular duo.
He's going to talk. Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, Class 5, Red Brahman females. First place was exhibited by Moreno Ranches, and second place was exhibited by Aubrey Ellis. We'll now bring in Class 6, Red Brahman females. After this class, our judge will select his calf champion and reserve. Well, congratulations. In our first division over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring, your champion is exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel with Miss 777 Bruno, 285 J2 Aggie, and reserve champion goes to Connors College with CSC Marianne. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4.
Well, a little more challenging class here for me, at least in this particular group of January borns. I think You got to figure out where you want to draw the line from structure and then work your way down from that. And I think when we start to analyze the cattle, I think that I'm going to call this heifer that I'm leading off with sound enough on her rear legs, because she just excels the class so much more from the standpoint of volume and muscle and look. One that's got a tremendous amount of shape to her top. She's very level and square when you study her out of her hip. She's still adequate in terms of her femininity up front. I'd sure like to loosen her in the way she comes to the ground behind. She wants to be a bit more peggy in terms of the way she hits the ground in her hock, a little more upright in her pasturing than what I ideally like to see. Heifer in second's the next one most like her. She's got some center body to her. She's got some depth and dimension. I need to level that one just a bit in terms of her hip in order to make her balance up just a bit more to get around the heifer that goes in front of her. Then the big heifer in third's kind of a dilemma for me where to put that one, because she's probably as sound a moving one as we have to work with out here in this particular lineup. I like her in terms of her shape of muscle. She just gets too cylindrical for me. She's just too tight in terms of her rib shape. I'd like to drop her in terms of her flank and her forerib in order to move her up in terms of those two cattle that go in front of her. Then we round out the class with a lighter tinged heifer there that's going to round out this group. Just gets a little plainer in terms of her look. I think that one gets a little more off in terms of the way she handles her rear leg when we ask her to go in comparison to the cattle that go in front of her. So a nice group of cattle, interesting set. I won't argue with you if you want to swap those around on that top end.
Well, congratulations in Class 6 of your Red Brahman Female Show. First place exhibited by Moreno Ranches with Moreno Miss Lady Reba Star, 200 over 3. Second place in that class exhibited by J&L Cattle Services. Third place exhibited by Carrie A. Cattle. And fourth place exhibited by Aubrey Ellis. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve calves.
Well, it's been a nice calf division over here in the Red Brahman show. Haven't had a lot of numbers in some of these classes, but I still think the cattle match up fairly well when we get them back out here to select our calf champion out of. We've talked to cattle in class. You know, we've got cattle out here that still maintain some look and still have the body and the dimension and the bone work under them that we need to have. So I think as we go through the cattle all day, you know, the main question is going to be where do we need to land from a frame size standpoint and a structure standpoint. And if you don't agree with me with where we need to be, that's why they made several shows in the last few days and several more coming up as we work our way on down the road. So I'm going to do my best to be consistent in terms of where I think we need to be from those two objectives. And you know, you've got to sort the cattle and breed them like you like them and find those that fall into your wheelhouse in terms of how big they need to be, in terms of where you think we need to set our priorities from a structure standpoint. So with that said, I'm very pleased with the lineup of cattle that we have back out here. When you put them on the move, there's no doubt for me. Little heifer right here in the middle is going to be our division champion. Congratulations, young lady. I like a lot of things about the June heifer. She's a nickel big for me. I'm going to still use her to be our reserve calf champion today.
Well, congratulations over here in your red Brahman ring. Your champion exhibited by Rafter T Ranch and reserve champion exhibited by Aubrey Ellis. And congratulations over here in ring 2. The results of that last class: first place exhibited by Holly Ann Roach, and second place was exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel.
Well, over here on the Brahman side, we've got an awful nice pair of winter heifer calves here. I'm going to lead off with the November heifer. There's one that, for me, does a lot of good things. That one's got plenty of look and plenty of body. You ask her to go, she's still sound enough. Want to get just a bit critical of her. She might want to come up under herself just a bit more behind than the ideal, but still there's one that I like an awful lot to win this particular class. The little November heifer probably balances up, or the December heifer probably balances up a little bit nicer, maybe a little more extended in terms of her look up front. That one just needs a bit more center body in her in order to get her around that one that beats her today. But there's an awful high quality, awful nice pair of females to go 1 and 2. I think they could stand quite a bit of competition in this particular class. Good pair.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1 are the results of Class 9 Red Brahman females. First place exhibited by Razorback Farms, LLC, with RF Razors Special 21/0. And second place also exhibited by Razorback Farm, LLC. Now in the ring is Class 10 Red Brahman females. And over here in your girt ring, your grand champion female exhibited by Holly Ann Roach. And reserve champion was exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel. We're now going to go into your bull show. We'll be looking to start with Class 6.
Well, over here on the red side, as we move into these early falls, nice way to lead off this class. The speckle-necked heifer's one that I like a lot of things about her. She's super strong top. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her. She's got enough center rib in her, and yet she's still good enough looking up front. You ask that one to get out and move. She's long and fluid in her stride. She might get set just a little square in terms of her hoof design behind, but there's one that I like in terms of her cleanliness of joints. Just an awful nice place to start the class. A light-colored heifer that's going to go seconds, probably got a bit more shape in terms of muscle. That one just gets a little too round for me. She's a little rounder in her shoulder and rounder in her hip. It causes her to come up underneath herself just a bit behind, but there's just so much power and production in that one that I think she needs to land second. Heifer that's going to be third is one that's long-sided. I like the way her shoulder's designed better than the heifer that goes in front of her. I like their length and the way the point of that shoulder ties into her neck just a little bit better. We asked that one to go. She wants to drop her pin bones just a bit, pulls up underneath herself behind, not near the dimension in terms of muscle in her. It's what we find in that top pair of cattle. Probably as sound a moving one as we have to work with is the one that's going to round out the class. I just don't think there's quite enough cow power there today. We've got to blow that one apart in terms of her rib shape, give her just a bit more true muscle mass behind in order to move her up any higher in class. Nice female to win this particular group. Well, a big stout July single entry here in this class. There's one that if you need to add depth and dimension of center body, there's the one you need to look for, because that one's just got a tremendous amount of depth and arch to her ribs. She's as deep flanked as you can make one. She's still feminine enough up front. I guess my beef with her is when we ask her to go into motion, she just wants to get a little tighter and more restricted in the way she handles her hip and rear leg than what I ideally like to see. But an awful nice female there in her own kind. We'll get to have her back out here in just a bit for our division champion.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, the results of Class 10 in your Red Brahman Female Show. First place exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Second, also to Herzog Cattle. Third place was Fontenot Red Brahmans. And fourth place was IS Ranch Fitting Services. Going into Class 11, first place is exhibited by J&L Cattle Services.
An interesting decision for me in this top pair of females. I think somewhere in between is where the ideal lies, and with that said, I think it makes it that much more difficult in terms of where you want to lie your priorities. So I like the darker heifer to win. I think she's just so much better in terms of the way she's designed from the point of her shoulder forward. I think she ties in so much better into her neck. There's one that when we ask her to get out and move, there's no doubt that she's made more correct in terms of the slope to her shoulder, in terms of the angle to her joints. I think that one is considerably sounder moving. I also think she's a little more correct in terms of the way that her chest plate's laid up into her front end. There's no doubt the heifer in seconds, the pounds heavier one. There's one that if you need to add weight per day of age and frame size, she's definitely the one you want to turn to. She just gets a little too masculine up front for me. She pushes a little more brisket out there in front of her chest. She wants to get a little shorter and more compact in terms of the way she's designed in her neck and in terms of her head look and design. I just think we need to feminine that one up just a bit up through her front 1/3, maybe moderate her just a bit in terms of frame size. The dark heifer that's going to go third is a little more moderate in terms of her frame. She's one that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to her in terms of her shape of top and dimension of quarter. That one's just got to be a bit more correct in terms of the way her hip is designed. I think if we did that, it'd change the way she moves off her rear legs. So an interesting lineup. I think the combination one's the one that ends up winning.
Well, congratulations. Over here in ring one, we have the results of Class 12 Red Brahman females. First place was exhibited by AA Diamond Ranch. Second place, Moreno Ranches. And third place, Paradise Islands Incorporated. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his intermediate champions.
Well, we get these class winners here in our next division out here. A nice group of cattle. I think they match up fairly well. We talked the older heifer just now in that last class. You get her back out here in this drive, she could use a bit more width in terms of true base width and dimension behind. The heifer right in front of her, there was a single entry in that summer-born class. There's one that we talked about just being super, super deep-bodied, as deep a flanked as you could make one, and as soft in her design. That one needs to be a little better in terms of her hip and rear leg. We come in front to September senior heifer calf here, one that's super good-looking kind of a female. There's one that balances up really nicely, long-sided and long-fronted. She puts a bit more pressure on that outside hoof wall than what I ideally like to see. And then in front of her is one that comes out of that December class that we talked about earlier, that November-December group. She was the December heifer of that pair. Just a super big rib, big-bodied kind of an individual that is sound enough when we ask her to get out and move. So interesting decision. I think my top pair matches up quite nicely. I like the heifer out of the first class to win this division. We're going to follow up with that September heifer to be reserved. Nice pair. A single entry over here in this next class of reds. A nice female, big frame, long-sided individual that's got plenty of timber under her, big-footed kind of a cow. I'd like to change her just a bit in terms of her hoof shape and design, but there's one that puts an awful lot of good things into one package. She's got to be darker in terms of her nose for me, but a nice female there to win.
Congratulations in our intermediate division. Your champion was exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC and reserve exhibited by Herzog Cattle. We're now going to bring in Class 15 Red Brahman females. Back over in the Gert ring, we have the results of your first division in our bull show. Your champion exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel with 777 Bruno, 777 J1 Cash, and reserve also exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel.
A nice class of springborn red heifers over here. Young man's got a nice female to win this class. There's one that balances up quite nicely. She's still super clean in terms of her joints. I'm going to say that she's adequate from a bone standpoint. She could sure stand a nickel more bone, maybe little bit bigger foot size as well. But there's one that's elevated up through her front end. She's super extended front end. Just a nice solid female. Nice heifer that's going to roll second here as well. There's a deep-sided individual that's super moderate in terms of her type and kind. She just needs a bit more base width. We need a good foot trimming on that one in order to get her around that female that goes in front of her. And we find that added width and that added muscle shape in the heifer that's going to round out the class. That one's just got to be better footed for me. We've got to come to the ground with a bit more integrity off both ends of her skeleton in order to move her up in this particular class. But there's a big frame, long-sided, muscular one. Nice female as well. Good class of cattle and nice heifer to win. Over here on the Red Brahman female side, single entry in this January 2-year-old class. Big ribbed, high volume, muscular kind of a female that's super big boned and big footed out here in this particular class. I think she could stand some competition. I get a little critical of her. She wants to open that front end up just a bit more than I like, but still an awful good female there to win this particular class.
Well, congratulations back over here in your girt ring, your champion in that last division exhibited by Holly Ann Roach and reserve champion exhibited by Connors College. Now bringing class 11 over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring and over in the Brahman ring. Results of class 16, first place exhibited by Walters Livestock. Second place was exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters, and third place, Paradise Islands Incorporated. We also have first place in class 17, Merino Ranches.
Well, over here in this division in our Red Brahman females show, I think we've had some single entries and not quite the depth in terms of competition in these classes, but I still think we've got a nice lineup of females back out here to select us a champion and a reserve from. We talked about the heifer out of that first class. She's plenty big. She's one that's got plenty of depth and dimension to her. She needs to be better footed. Heifer out of the middle division, just kind of a hit the middle right there kind of female. She's one that doesn't overpower you or overwhelm you in any one standpoint, but she balances up well. She's sound. She's the right size. I like that one pretty well. Then the big heifer that rounds out this division, I think if we could trim her up just a bit, pull some of that chest plate out of her, I think we'd like her that much better in terms of her structural design up front. So an interesting decision. Heifer out of the second class wins for fun for me. Pull that one on out. I think it gets a little tighter for reserve. I think we've got to ask ourselves where we want to set that needle in terms of where we need to be. If I could trim both of those cattle up, I think I'd like them that much more. When I start to study them and analyze them, I just think there's so much more to the big heifer. I think she needs to be reserved in this particular division. Congratulations, young lady, on a nice pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in your junior division. Your champion exhibited by Walters Livestock with Walters Eden Rojo, and reserve champion exhibited by Moreno Ranches with Moreno Miss Lady Romeo, 654/2. We'll now bring in your next class, the Red Brahman females. This will be class 20.
same box right here, you know. How you feeling? Well, you got standing next to you. Makes you look better. Makes you look taller. I look better. Yeah. Well, an awful nice female to win this class of reds, and I think if she weren't here, we'd be talking just as good about the one that lies second. There's a awful high quality pair of females there. I just like the way the one that leads off moves for me today. That one is so long strided. She comes to the ground with a great deal of integrity, and to be as stout and as big middled and as dimensional as that one is from end to end, she's still lean enough in her look. She goes away from me with an awful big wide base behind and still good enough looking up front. I guess you can tell I like that one pretty well that wins. Heifer that's going to go second's a little bigger framed kind of a female. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely as that heifer that wins. She wants to drop her pins just a bit. Doesn't come to the ground with quite as much integrity from her knee and hawk down is what the heifer does that leads off the class. Light colored heifer's a big frame, long-sided individual that's awful good in her own right as well. To be as big and soggy as that one is, she still has some integrity from her structure standpoint. I've just got to see a bit more balance up front. I've got to elevate her chest plate and give her just a bit more extension up front in order to get around that awful good pair of females that go 1 and 2. But high quality stock there in this class, top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results of Class 20. First place was exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC with CT Smokin' Babette 7/9. Second place exhibited by Walters Livestock, and third place was exhibited by Fontenot Red Brahmans. Now in the ring should be Class 21 here in your Red Brahman Female Show. Back over here in the Santa Gertrudis ring, we have the results of our final division of bulls. Champion exhibited by Holly Ann Roach, and reserve was exhibited by Connors College.
Into the Brahman show, or the red show, solid that's got plenty of depth to her. She's got plenty of arch and spring to her rib. She's wide based off both ends, yet she's still feminine enough fronted. I like the way her shoulder ties up into her neck as well. I guess my beef with that one is when we ask her to go into motion, she wants to get a bit more, a bit softer in terms of her pasterns behind, and she wants to roll out, especially that right front foot, a bit more than what I think is acceptable. So good big stout made one there to win this class. We'll get her back out here in division.
Well, congratulations in Class 21. First place went to Razorback Farm LLC with CT Madame Marcia 19/9. We'll now bring in Class 22 Red Brahman females. This will be your final class before our senior division.
Well, nice female to win this class as well. Brood cow written all over this one. Tremendous strong top, very long and level hip. There's one that's got plenty of arch to her rib. She's got plenty of base width behind. She gets a little shorter up front. I think part of that is the illusion because of her shoulder being just a bit straighter than what I ideally like to see, but still one that takes a long fluid stride off of both ends. Just an awful nice female there to win. I swapped that pair in 2 and 3. I think the lighter colored heifer was just got so much more to her. She's so much more dimensional in terms of her center rib and her width of base off both ends of her skeleton. I need to see some changes in structure in both of these females. I think this one's a little straighter hocked, and she overcompensates for that by getting a little softer on her pastern than what I'd ideally like to see. A little bigger frame, big frame, long-sided female that's going to round out the class. Plenty of femininity in that one. She too gets a little flat in terms of her rib shape and narrow base behind. I've got to change her rear leg to make her more competitive in this class. Interesting class. Use the soundest one to win. She too is the nicest balanced. We're here in our senior champion drive in the Red Brahman Females show. I think we've had an awful nice show. As good as the show's been, I think the champion in this particular division elevates herself to a little different level than the others out here. And then I think it gets a bit closer in terms of our decision for reserve. But it's been an awful fun division. No doubt the best one out here for me is the heifer out of the first class. I think it gets a little closer between the heifer that's going to lie second in that class and our heifer out of that older class. I think when we study them at the ground and just talk about the integrity in terms of foot shape and size, I like the heifer that stands second to be reserve in this division.
Well, over in your Santa Gertrudis ring, we have the results of your bull show. Your grand champion exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel, and reserve champion was exhibited by Hallie Ann Roach. We will now go into our group classes over here in our Santa Gertrudis ring. We are going to look for our first class, Class 13. Back over here in your Brahman ring, we have the results of your senior division in your Red Brahman Female Show. Champion was exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC, and reserve exhibited by Walters Livestock. At this time, we're going to bring you all of your division champion reserves in, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Red Female.
Well, it's been a nice red female show here, and I know you guys have had these cattle on the road for a couple of weeks and have shown them to several people, and I think you should be commended for having them still look this fresh and presenting them as well as you are. I think the cattle have come to me with a good fresh look to them. I think they're natural in terms of their fill. I think they're just a good solid set. And if you'll look at these four class winners out, or these four division winners out here, I think you'll agree with me that they're pretty uniform in terms of their type and kind. And for those of you that know me very well, know that that's kind of the kind of cattle that I like to sort, and that's the kind we'll be looking for all day today. So good lineup. There's one of them out here that I liked quite well when they came out. I like her just as much now. I like that heifer out of the second division to be our grand. We pull that one right on out here. I think we follow her up really nicely with that senior champion female. A nice pair of red females to be champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Girt Ring. Your Produce of Dam and Get a Sire, first place exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel, and second place to Holly Ann Roach. And back over here in your Red Brahman ring, your grand champion Red Brahman female exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC with RF Razors Special 21/0, and reserve champion exhibited also by Razorback Farm LLC with CT Smokin' Babette 7/9. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll look to get started with your Gray Brahman females, Class 1. Congratulations in your first class here in our junior Santa Gertrudis show. First place exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel and second exhibited by Emma Bella. We'll now bring in your final class of junior females. Well, congratulations over here in our junior show. Your champion exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel with Miss 777 Kirby, and reserve champion was also exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel. What? I thought he used the cow calf and then the small one. We are ready to get started with our Gray Brahman show. We'll be getting started with Class 1, females born July to August of 2021.
Well, as the young lady brings this first heifer in, July single entry to start off our gray female show. A nice heifer calf there, really green in her kind, still has some arch and spring to her rib and some depth of body. Nice female there, too bad there's not more of them to compare her to. Nice heifer, we'll get her back out here in our division drive.
Well, congratulations in your first class of gray females. First place was exhibited by Aubrey Ellis with Triple E Miss Millie 116. We're now bringing Class 2 gray females born May to June of 2021. Well, congratulations. Over here in your GERT show, we have the results of your first class of Star 5 females. First place was exhibited by Connors College with CSC Fancy. We're now bringing Class 19.
with that. You might like to refine that teat size that she's already showing us here. She hasn't calved yet. That may be a problem down the road here after you might like to level out. They're a little bit too young, but a heifer's got a lot of good things about her, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity. She's going to go out and raise a really good calf.
We're here on the Gray Brahman female side. Awful nice place to start in this class, at least in my mind. I think when you study the cattle at the ground and you put them in motion, there's no doubt which one's the soundest moving one. This little blue heifer is awful nice in terms of her balance. She's super green in terms of her composition. I think that one's got a really bright future about her. Might want to lay her back just a nickel in terms of the way she handles her pasterns when she goes, but still awful good in terms of just her sheer power and soundness in the package as she comes in. There's no doubt there's more center, there's more muscle, more width in the one that's going to come second. I've just got to change that one in terms of the way she handles her hip and rear leg. She wants to drop her pins, come up underneath herself behind, not near the softness in terms of her pastern is what I find in the heifer that goes in front of her. Heifer in third's the next moderate framed one of the lineup. I like the fact that she's as moderate as she is. I read a lot of future in that one as well. She gets a little more off in terms of her front end than what I'd like to see. She wants to roll in just a bit up front. I think the size of her knees starts to concern me just a bit as well. Heifer that's going to go next right here is a super long-bodied, very feminine made one. She's a nickel extreme for me, a little bigger framed, a little more cylindrical and shallower in terms of her midrib when we compare her to the cattle that go in front of her. Then the blue heifer that comes next in line gets a little quicker in terms of her look. There's one that doesn't quite have the bone work and foot size under her. I think as time goes by, that one gets more competitive. Same can be said for the little heifer that rounds out the class. She's a little greener in her kind, not quite as far along compositionally as what we find in the cattle at the front. Nice place to start this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 over here in your Gray Brahman ring. First place exhibited by Rafter T Ranch. What was that? Well, back over here in your Gray Brahman ring from Class 2, first place was Rafter T Ranch. Second place exhibited by Walters Livestock. Third place was exhibited by B.R. Cottrare Incorporated. Fourth place, Bullseye Ranch. Fifth place, Little Pecan Cattle Company. Sixth place in that class, Samantha Brown. Now currently in ring 1, we have Class 3 Gray Brahman females born April of 2021. Back over in your Star 5 ring, results of the final class. First place was exhibited by Brittany Kunkel. We're now going to bring in all of your firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his Grand and Reserve Grand Star 5.
Well, a nice place to start this class of April's. Young man brings us just an awful good one there for me. Complete in her kind. She's moderate. She's still very, very youthful and feminine in her look. I like that one pretty well. The decision for me is between 2 and 3. I've got to find the one that's in between those two, and I found her in the one that led off the class. I'm going to use the big frame long-sided one to be second there. I just like her so much better in her hip. I like her so much better in the way she comes to the ground behind. I read just a bit more growth in that one than what I'd find in the heifer in third. I like the moderation, and I'm not beating her because she's just too little. I just read her as being just a nickel quick. She's a little shorter faced and shorter cannon. I think to go along with that, she wants to drop her pin bones just a bit. She's my kind in terms of that moderate package. I'm just afraid she's a little bit quicker in terms of her overall type and kind than where I think we need to be at this stage. So heifer that's going to go next is a long-sided, very feminine made one. That one's super skinny and green. I think as days go along, I think there's parts and pieces in that one that are awful nice as well. The red tinged heifer that's going to go next has got a bit more depth to her. She's probably a little bit wider base. She's a bit more upright in her shoulder, not quite as sound off her rear legs. Heifer that's next, she just needs some more days on feed and days on the halter. That one gets a little too narrow based off both ends of her skeleton. Heifer that rounds out the class probably has a bit more base width to her. She's just too off on her pasturage for me today. Nice lineup of cattle, an awful nice place to start. Well, an awful high quality class of Brahman heifers over here as we work on down into this particular division. I think definitely the quality runs tremendously deep in this group. I think these top 4 or 5 are awful good. I think lots of parts and pieces to them that are starting to fit together as they go ahead and mature into yearlings. So I think the place to start is the heifer that I lead off with. I think that one just balances up so nicely. Her parts and her pieces just fit together well. She's strong top. She's long and level hip. She's very, very feminine up front. She's got plenty of muscle and plenty of base width. I like her in terms of the way she comes from her hock to the ground when we ask her to get out and move. There's no doubt that the one in second's probably a bit more moderate, probably a little more muscular, maybe just a bit bolder in terms of the way that she's built. So much to the fact that I think it just knocks off her balance just a bit. She wants to run downhill just a nickel and open up the point of her shoulder just a bit. But I think there still is an awful high quality female. I think as she goes along, if we can keep that front end in that one, I sure do like her from the moderate standpoint that she comes in. Heifer in third's awful good as well. There's one that's long-sided. She's probably as feminine fronted as anyone that we have to work with out here in this particular group. She gets a little frailer in terms of her bone work, a little smaller in terms of her foot size when I compare her to the 2 cattle that go out in front of her. I find some added bone and some added mass in this next female. She gets a little straighter in her hock when we ask her to go. She's not quite as level, it's not quite as smooth in terms of the way her shoulder ties in as what the cattle are that go out in front. The next heifer has some parts that I like. I think that one is considerably greener in terms of her condition at this stage in her maturity. I think as that one goes on along, if we can keep her hocks underneath her, I think that one gets better as days go by. Young lady's got a really nice heifer there that's next. She's moderate frame, she's thick, she's deep. She just needs to be a little more correct in terms of the slope to her shoulder and stand on a bit more substance of bone. The red tinged heifer that rounds out the class, she too's got plenty to her. We just got a little too much, we need a little more substance under that one, a little bigger footed and a little more bone in order to move her up in class. Interesting lineup. I think the combination heifer is the one that wins.
Well, congratulations over here in your Gray Brahman ring. First place was exhibited by VA Ranch with Miss VA 497 over 9. Second place exhibited by BR Cotrere Incorporated. Third place was exhibited by Walters Livestock. Fourth place exhibited by Moreno Ranches SCC. Fifth place was exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters. Sixth place exhibited by Fallon Rab. And seventh, also to Joyce Custom Fitters. We'll now bring in Class 5 Gray Brahman females born February of 2021.
Well, nice class here in this particular group. The red tinged heifer is going to win because that one's just so complete. She's so uniform in terms of the way that she's designed from end to end. I just love the way that one balances up. Her parts and pieces fall together so nicely, yet she looks like a young girl should. You know, for some guys, she may be a little greener. She may be a little bit not quite as far along as what we'd like to see in a February heifer, but I read that one as just being ultra complete. I read her as being one that's going to make a nice bred next year. I just love the way she ties her neck, the top of her shoulder blades up into her neck. And then when you ask her to go, she just goes with so much length of stride and fluidity. You know, you got to ask yourself, is there enough cow there? And, you know, she's not far from her birthday. And you just ask yourself how far along she is. If you think that's the size and the kind that we need to be raising, then you're going to agree with me today. And if you don't, then you're going to say that she's not big enough. But, man, guys, there's just an awful lot of good parts and pieces in that one. I think as she goes along down the road, she gets that much better as the days go by. I like the gray heifer in second as well. That one balances up really nicely. She's strong top. She's level hip. She just doesn't give me that wow factor up front. She doesn't come with quite the extension in terms of her neck. She just not quite as elevated in terms of her chest plate. She may be a nickel deeper in terms of her depth of side and depth of flank. I just don't read that one as being quite as classy up front as the one that goes off in front. There's probably a little more power in the heifer that's next. She's probably as wide a based one as I have to work with out here. She's a little more opened up in her shoulders. She wants to roll that outside toe just a bit. I'd just like to level that one a nickel from hooks to pins when I compare her to the two awful nice balanced ones that go out in front of her. Then the heifer that comes next in line there is a little bigger framed kind of a female. I'd like to pull her grow bone down in her just a bit. I think that would make her hip look that much better and make her handle her rear legs a little better when we ask her to get out and move. Heifer that's next has got some shape of muscle and some capacity to her. We've got to change her rear leg, give her more set to her hock, make her be a little more correct in terms of where she sets that rear foot when it comes to the ground. Young lady's doing a good job of hanging with this heifer that's going to round out the class. That one's got some capacity and some center body in her. We've just got to have a little more elevation of front end in that one, a little more style and look to get her up any higher in this class. Awful nice group of cattle, a really nice one to win.
Congratulations. In Class 5, first place was exhibited by Walters Livestock with Miss V8 472 over 9. Second place exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with Miss Glory B 3 over 21. Third place went to Herzog Cattle. Fourth place, Joyce Custom Fitters. Fifth place, Bullseye Ranch. And sixth place, Addison Wright. Next class in will be Class 6, Gray Brahman Females. This will be your final class before we select our calf champions.
As we round out this particular division in January heifer calves here, a nice class. I think quality cattle top to bottom in this particular group. A nice female to win. That one, like the one that wins our last class, just puts the parts and pieces together in a really good looking, attractive package. And more importantly than that, when you ask that one to get out and move, she just moves with such a long, fluid stride. Maybe not as good a hip to one as what a couple of them that we've seen up to this point. I like the condition that one comes in. I think she makes an awful nice bred next year. Probably a nickel more muscle shape comes in the young man's heifer that's going to be second here in this class. That one's got a tremendous amount of arch and turn to her top. She gets a bit more upright in her shoulder, a bit more upright in the way her hock is designed when I compare her to the heifer that wins the class. A lot of things I like about the red tinged heifer that's third. That one's super long bodied. She's very long and attractive up through her front end. There for a while, I thought that one runs second and makes a run at our class winner. Longer she stays out here, the more pressure she puts on that outside hoof wall. She just wants to roll those outside toes more than what I think is acceptable. Heifer that's round out the class is an easy doing, easy feeding kind of a female, just a little quicker in terms of her type and kind when I compare her to the cattle that stand in front of her. But an awful high quality group, high quality stock top to bottom in this class.
Congratulations in Class 6. First place was exhibited by VA Ranch. Second place, Carson Rabb. Third place, BR Cotraire Incorporated. And fourth place, exhibited by Cadence Lindsay. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve calf.
Well, it's been an awful nice calf division. We finally had some numbers in some of these classes and been able to sort through the cattle and find the ones that are my kind to win these particular groups. And, you know, these five that stand out here in front of you and the ones that stand right behind them, that's the kind of cattle that I like. They're cattle that have some show ring presence and some show ring look, but still have some of the things that offer longevity to your breed that is so important in terms of the maternal traits of what they have to offer. So I like the lineup. I'm not going to bore you a whole lot with my rhetoric. I think there's a pair of females out here that match up quite nicely. And I've got a lot of good in some of these heifers, all the way down to the little May heifer that wins that first class that we had competition in. That one's nice. There's a lot of good things about that one. I think she goes along and has an awful good day down the road as she gets a little further along in terms of her composition. I like the two red tinged heifers. I think it's fairly close. There's just too much quality in the heifer out of class number 4. She wins this calf division for me. We follow up right behind her with the heifer out of class number 2. A nice pair of females to be champion in reserve. Let's show the exhibitors our appreciation on a nice set.
Well, congratulations in your calf division. Your champion exhibited by V8 Ranch and reserve exhibited by Rafter T Ranch. We'll now bring in Class 9 Gray Brahman females born November and December of 2020. Correction on that last division, your champion was exhibited by Walters Livestock and reserve champion was exhibited by V8 Ranch.
Don't stop the music now. A nice class here in this November-December class. No doubt where we need to start is the heifer that leads off. That one's just sound and good balanced and good looking. Just an awful solid, functional, complete kind of a female. You know, she may not give you that wow factor anywhere, but there's just a good, solid, functional made one. I think an awful nice place to lead off in this class. The darker heifer that's going to be second, it's a little bigger frame, probably a nickel longer bodied and longer fronted. I just don't read that one as being quite as true in terms of her base width. I don't read her as being quite as extended up front as what I find in the heifer that wins. Probably the most extended heifer is the one in third. That one's the greenest in terms of her composition. Out here in comparison to the two that go in front of her, she just gets too shallow. She's too shallow through her midrib, too shallow in terms of the way that she's built right back through her flank. I think as we get some more center body and some more dimension in that one, she gets more competitive. Probably a bit more too, the heifer that's next there in line. That one's got to balance up better and move more correctly off her rear legs. I find some added balance in the one that's next. That one's super strong top and very long and level hip. Nice fronted kind of a female. That outside toe just rolls way too much for me to be able to move her up in this particular class.
Congratulations in Class 9, first place exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with TF Pulled Lady Cashmere. Second place in that class exhibited by IS Ranch Fitting Services. Third place was exhibited by Magnolia Creek Brahmans. Fourth place went to MN Ranch, and fifth place Bullseye Ranch. Next class in is Class 10 Gray Brahman females.
An awful nice pair of females here, a nice trio at the top of this particular class. I opt to use the heifer that's in front just because that one's so much truer at the ground. I think she's just so much more correct and in terms of the way that her hoof is designed. And to go with that, that one's still got a tremendous amount of center body. She's super wide based off both ends of her skeleton. She's not quite as elevated and extended up through that front end as what the heifer is that lies second. Maybe not quite as wide and square hipped as that heifer as well, but I just think she's so much more true at the ground that I think we need to use her to win the class. Heifer in second's the one I really want to tie to. I just think there's so many good things in that one. She's my kind everywhere other than her front feet. Heifer in third is a long-sided, long-fronted kind of a female that just needs more center to her. She needs more dimension from end to end. She needs to have more base width in order to get around that top pair of females. Heifer that's going to go next is another long-sided, broody made kind of a female. That one's got to have more muscle and more dimension. Same can be said for the red-tinged heifer that's next. There's one that's got some depth of body and some doability to her. That one's just not as wide-based as what she needs to be. Then the white heifer that rounds out the class gives us some of that added base width. We've just got to change that one at the ground. Her outside toes just aren't sound enough for me.
Well, congratulations in Class 10. First place was exhibited by BR Couture Incorporated with BRC Ladies Glitter Sparkle 115 ET. Second place was exhibited by V8 Ranch. Third place exhibited by IS Ranch Fitting Services. Fourth place went to Addison Wright. Fifth place, Jessie Ann Blair. And sixth place, Addison Wright. We'll now bring in Class 11, Gray Brahman females born July to August of 2020.
A nice place to start here as well. And this blue heifer, there's one that's tremendously muscular. She's got a great deal of turn to her top. She's very wide base behind. She's sound enough at the ground. I'm going to say that one needs to lay back just a bit in her shoulder. I think if we could do that, it might extend her neck just a bit in terms of just being a little more feminine up through that front 1/3. White heifer that's going to go second. It's a big rib, deep-sided kind of a female. I like the composition to that one. She's clean in terms of her brisket. There's one that just needs a nickel more balance, a bit more style in order to get around that heifer that wins the class. Young man's got a nice easy feed and easy keeping one to be third. That one just gets a little heavier in terms of her condition than what I think is ideal. I need to give her just a bit more depth of heel in terms of soundness in that one as well. So nice lineup of cattle, nice place to start.
Congratulations in Class 11. First place exhibited by Moreno Ranches with Moreno Miss Lady Vicamia 958 over 2. Second place exhibited by Rich Cattle Company, and third place exhibited by Fallon Rab. We'll now bring in Class 12 Gray Brahman females born May to June of 2020. After this class, our judge will select his champion reserve out of your intermediate division.
A nice pair of females here to go 1 and 2. There's just too much cow in the one that I'm winning with to get around her today. That one's just so dimensional when you study her from both ends, and then you get off and study that one from a profile. She still just balances up so nicely. I like the elevation of her chest plate. I like her length of front end, and then you put her on the move. She's as square and as sound at the ground as you can make one. I just like that one quite well that wins this particular class. Heifer in second, I think, is probably a little greener in terms of a condition standpoint, and I appreciate that about her. I just don't read her as being quite as robust in terms of her midrib, and you get around in front of that one, I think she wants to taper just a bit more in terms of the way she's built right there in her forerib when I compare her to that one that wins. But there's an awful high quality pair of cattle. I just think there's too much cow in the one I used to win. Heifer that goes next in line, there's one that's got some depth and some durability to her. She's sound enough at the ground. She's just a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape, not near as elevated up through her front end as what I find in the cattle that go in front of her. The gray tinged heifer that comes next in line's a long-sided, very attractive maid kind of a female. She gets a little flatter ribbed and not quite as dimensional as those that go in front of her. This heifer that comes next right here has got some added muscle and some added shape to her. I need to free that one up from a structure standpoint off both ends of her skeleton. White heifer's big and long. That one needs to be better hipped and better footed. Heifer that goes next in line's a bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind. Just a little too plain made for me up front. We need to level her hip just a bit. And then the speckled heifer that rounds out the class has got some look to her. That one's just got to balance up and have more substance of bone about her to get her up any higher in this class. Nice lineup of cattle, a nice heifer to win.
Well, congratulations. In Class 12, first place was exhibited by Camp McCall with Miss V8 326 over 9. Second place in that class was exhibited by V8 Ranch. Third place, Samantha Brown. Fourth place, Macy Humphrey. Fifth place, Cadence Lindsay. Sixth place was exhibited by Morris Black Gold Brahmins. Seventh place, Morris Black Gold Brahmins. And eighth place, Morris Black Gold Brahmins. We'll now bring in all of your firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve out of your intermediate division.
Well, a nice lineup out here in this intermediate drive. start down there with a November heifer, I believe, out of that first class. Just an awful nice one, as we talked about in class, being just one that marked a lot of the boxes. And I guess for me, she's still in contention out here when we get her out here in this lineup with the rest of our class winners. October heifer in the middle right there, super deep bodied one, and we talked about that high quality pair of cattle that stood in that particular class. Big body in that one, maybe not quite the length and extension of femininity up front, but so deep in terms of the way that she's designed from end to end. Right behind her is one that is as big a muscled as we have to work with out here. Tremendous turn to her top. We talked in class about that one, about needing to lay her shoulder back just a bit. Then the May heifer that wins that last class, I think that one without a doubt looks the best when you get them out and get them on the go. I think that one pulls herself together extremely well. A little bigger than what I ideally would like to see at this stage in terms of her maturity and where she is gestationally, but still one that I think marks an awful lot of boxes in terms of being just an awful good cow. So sort them like you like them. I like the October heifer to win this particular division. We're going to follow right up with that heifer out of that May class to be our reserve division in this group. Let's give them a round of applause on a nice set.
Well, congratulations in our intermediate division. Your champion will go to BR Couturier Incorporated with BRC Lady Glitter Sparkle 115 ET. And reserve in that division went to Camp McCall with Miss V8 326 over 9. We'll now bring in Class 15 Gray Brahman females born April of 2020.
A nice place to lead off in this class. Moderate frame, deep-bodied, good-footed one. Nice heifer to win this particular class. Much bigger frame, longer-sighted one's the one that's going to roll second in here. A little too extreme for me from a frame size standpoint. There's one that's just a nickel too big for me, but still awful lot of good parts and pieces in that one. Nice female to go on down the road with. Heifer that's going to round out the class needs a good hoof trim, and I think that would help as much as anything. She wants to roll that right outside toe just a bit more and roll those inside ones up front. So if we can get her feet up underneath her, I think a nice female that could move up in this class a notch. But good group, nice place to lead.
Congratulations in Class 15, first place exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 314 over 9. Second place exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC, and third place went to Bullseye Ranch. We will now bring in Class 16 Gray Brahman females born March of 2020.
Well, an awful nice pair of March yearling females here. I'm going to lead off with the lighter colored heifer up front. I think that one is just so much deeper bodied. I think for me, she balances up so nicely. All of her, that is, I know it gets old in saying it, but she just blends together well. All the parts and pieces seem to be made from the same mold in that one. She's the right length. She's still feminine enough. She's raised up in her chest plate. I just think an awful nice place to start. Be a little bit critical of her front feet there. She wants to roll that inside toe just a bit. Heifer that's going to go second probably comes a little squarer at the ground, probably a nickel longer in terms of her side view profile, probably a bit longer up front. That one gets a little too round in terms of the way her rib shape is. She gets a little more upright in her hock than what the heifer does that goes out in first. But a nice high quality pair of females there.
Well, congratulations. In Class 16, first place exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 291 over 9. And second place in that class exhibited by BR Cottrare Incorporated with BR Come On Eileen 75. Next class in the ring will be your final class here in our junior yearling division, Class 17, gray Brahman females born January to February of 2020.
An awful good class of females. I think the quality runs deeper in this class than any that we've worked with for sure in this division. I think an awful close placing in this top pair of cattle, and I think there's some differences in them, and some differences in terms of where you want to place your emphasis and what you think is the most important. I think definitely would come into play in how you sort this particular pair of cattle. I just like the balance and look of the heifer that I'm going to lead off with. She's so much better in her hip. She's so much more correct right behind her hump in terms of the way she ties her blade up into her top. I think she's the one that, for me at least, needs to win. I like the fact that she's as long-sided and she ties her shoulder up into her neck as well as she does, and I think that's where she excels the heifer in second. Heifer in second's probably a bit bolder. She's probably a nickel bolder in terms of her center body, maybe a bit bolder in terms of the way that she moves off both ends of her skeleton. I think for me, she's a little more open at her shoulder. She needs to pull that shoulder in. I'd like to strengthen her up just a bit right behind her blade. She wants to run downhill just a nickel more than what I think is ideal, but still I think that's an awful close placing there. You want to add sheer power and production, you might turn to this heifer that I end up landing second. Nice pair of females there. Congratulations to both the people on those two cattle that come 1 and 2. Bigger frame, longer sided cows, the one that's going to go 3, a little more extreme than what I ideally like to see, just a little bigger made female there. I think though that there's one that's still super strong top. She's nice and level hip. We need to see her flex just a bit more off both ends. Same can be said for the red-tinged heifer that comes next in line. There's one that's got a tremendous amount of depth of side and depth of rib to her, just not quite that shape. She gets just a little flatter in terms of her rib shape, a little flatter in terms of her muscle design when we compare her to the cattle that go out in front of her. We find that same rib shape and the same dimension of muscle in the heifer that's next when we compare her to those cattle that go out in front. That one's got to be better at the ground in order for me to move her up in class. Heifer that rounds out the class, another big-sided kind of a female. She's super dimensional from both ends of her skeleton. That one's got to be a little bit better in terms of her foot quality in order for me to move her up in this lineup. Nice group of cattle. Nice pair of females to be 1 and 2.
And congratulations in Class 17. First place exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 277 over 9. Second place exhibited by Case Baca. Third place exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC. Fourth place, J&L Cattle Services. Fifth place went back number 1295 V8 Ranch. Sixth place, Bailey RM Clay. We are now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion and reserve champion junior yearling.
An awful nice division here. I think you can see the kind and type that I like. I am really, really happy with these cattle out here in terms of just being those kind of middle-of-the-road cattle that put the good things together into packages. And, not always do people like the same make and model, but when you can find cattle that match up and do the things that you feel are important from a judge's standpoint, I think it makes it that much funner to sort through them. No doubt the two I like best, the two out of that last class. Congratulations, guys, on champion in reserve. Great job, nice set of cattle.
Congratulations, your champion in that division, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 277 over 9, and reserve champion exhibited by Case Baca with BRC Lady Sugar 62. Next class in, we'll look for class 21 gray Brahman females born September to October of 2019.
Well, an interesting decision for me in this top pair of females, and you want to sort them the opposite way. I'm not going to argue with you much. I just think when you put them in motion, this white cow is just so much sounder in terms of her foot and leg structure. I think she's more correct in her angles. I think that, she's one of those that's super strong top. She's very long and level hip. She's not as extended up front as the ideal one would be. I just read an awful lot of good in that one in terms of longevity. I just think she's sounder at the ground. We need to use her to win the class. Blue cow that's going to go second, no doubt, has more arch and spring to her ribs. She's got more dimension of muscle from end to end. She's just not moving good enough out here for me today. She's upright in her shoulder. She acts like her feet are hurting her just a bit, and she's not wanting to get around quite as well as she needs to. White heifer that's going to go next in line's got some meat and muscle to her. She's got some width and dimension. She's got to be better hipped, and that would make her be that much better in terms of her soundness behind. White heifer that's going to round out the class, she too's got some dimension of muscle to her. We've got to change her back feet just a bit in order to make her more competitive in this class. Nice lineup of cattle. Nice sound one to win.
Congratulations. In Class 21, first place was exhibited by Paradise Islands Incorporated with Paradise Islands Miss Hannah. Second place went to Razorback Farm LLC. Third place was exhibited by Addison Wright. And fourth place, Addison Wright. We'll now bring in your next class, Class 22, Gray Brahman females born July to August of 2021.
Well, over here as we work our way in through the Brahman Senior Division here, nice heifer or nice pair to win. There's one that balances up nicely. She's got a nice heifer calf at her side. We need more udder quality in that cow if we're going to make her competitive at the end of the day. Cow that's going to go second, we need to have her just a bit further along in gestation. There's one that's deep bodied and wide made. We just got to have a bit more substance in that one. Maybe elevate her just a bit in her chest plate as well. Nice group of cattle, nice pair to win.
Congratulations in that last class. First place was exhibited by V8 Ranch, and second place exhibited by Rich Cattle Company. Now in the ring will be your final class of gray Brahman females.
A big stout made female here in this particular class. Got her coupon on the ground, and that's awful important in these show cattle that we get those calves, live calf on the ground. There's a big frame kind of a female. She's sound enough when you ask her to get out and go. We've got to have more udder quality under these cattle at this stage in terms of where they are. New calf at her side. We've just got to have more udder development under her in order to make her more competitive come into the day. So nice group, nice female there to win this particular class. We'll get her back out here in our division.
Congratulations. First place in that class goes to V8 Ranch with Miss V8 39/9. We now bring in your first and seconds. We'll be selecting a champion reserve senior here in your Gray Brahman show.
An interesting decision here in this senior drive. Pick your poison out here in this group. I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot. We talked about the udder quality in these two pairs, just needing to have a bit more udder, a bit more milk in those cattle as we're as small as we are in these calves. So, they're there, and we see the situation there. The cow out of the first class is in October. Young lady tells me she's due in March. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder under her. We just don't know until we get her into production. So pick your poison. I think when you put them on the move is when it sorts them for me. I like the white heifer out of that first division to be our senior champion. The gray cow's just got to move better for me today. I'm going to come right behind her with this cow and calf right here to be our reserve in this particular division. Nice group.
Congratulations, your champion senior goes to Paradise Islands Incorporated with Paradise Islands Miss Hannah. And reserve in that division was exhibited by V8 Ranch. Our judge is now going to bring in his champion reserve division winners, and will be selecting a grand and reserve grand champion gray Brahman female.
Well, I guess I kind of broke the suspense on who's going to win, but I think I'm really pleased with the lineup that we've got back out here. They're my kind. They're the type and kind that I like. They're moderate frame cattle that do the functional things in life that they need to do. They're sound, they're big-bodied, they're muscular, they're cattle that look like they're going to have some longevity to them, but still at the same time they're show stock, and they give us that added look and that added dimension that is so important when we're trying to get more than market price for them, and we've got to remember that as we sort through them, that look still plays a big part in that merchandising of these cattle. So sort them like you like them. I think the decision for reserve is really, really close. I love the little red heifer calf. I think there's an awful lot of good things in that one. I read her as just being so green right now. I think that every day that goes along, she's going to get that much better. You just can't make one balance up like that, at a baby, And usually their parts and pieces don't fit together quite well, and you're hoping that they get there at that point someday. But that one is just so strong right behind her blade. She's so level and square hip. She goes with a nice long fluid stride. You just got to ask yourself, is there enough cow power there in that one? Or are you going to have to speculate where she's going to be this time next year? So sort that one like you like them. I think the decision between her and the reserve junior champion female is awful close. I think that that female over here has got more depth and more dimension to her. I think she's got more true width right now at this stage in her lifetime, and she should, because she's a year older. And I don't know that one has the look to her. I don't know if she's quite as good right behind her blades. I know she's not as extended up front, but man, there's an awful lot of cow power in that one, and you ask her to get out and move. She's so long-strided, and she's so good-looking. So sort them like you like them. The one that wins today does so for me quite handily. Mikey, go ahead and lead that one out here. I like that female quite well to be your champion. And as we've said before, I think that decision for reserve gets awful close. And they're not even close to being the same type of cow, because that heifer calf down there is just so ultra cool and good looking. And this one is just so cowy in her appearance. So sort them like you like them. Second best one for me today is the reserve in this division. Congratulations, young man. I like that one quite well as well.
And congratulations over here in your Brahman ring, your grand champion, Gray Brahman female, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 277 over 9. And reserve was exhibited by Case Bacha with BRC Lady Sugar 62. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now get started with your Red Brahman Bull Show. We'll be starting with Class 28. Red Brahman bulls born July to August of 2021. For those of you in Jim Norick here with us, we are going to start the Junior Miniature Hereford Show in Ring 2. We are going to move that to Ring 2 at 12 o'clock.
Well, a really nice class here. Nice pair of bulls to start our red show off. If this is any indicator of what we have to come, we're going to have a nice show because I think both of these are quality individuals. I like the balance in the young lady's bull to win. I think that one's just so much more correct in the slope to his shoulder. I think he's so much longer bodied and longer hip that we need to use him to win. Calf in second is one that I love his moderation. I love the fact that he's as deep as he is, as far along as he is from a sheer base width standpoint. This stage in his maturity, that one just needs to move a little better out of his hock in order for me to opt to switch that pair of bulls. Nice duo, nice pair to start us off. We've got another single entry bull here in this red class. Brings us a nice bull that's long-bodied and long-hipped. There's one that's green in his composition. I think that one gets better as days go by. I think there's an awful lot of good things about him in terms of his strength to top and levelness of hip. Nice bull there to get a blue ribbon today.
Well, congratulations in our first class, the Red Bulls. First place went to Walters Livestock, and second place to Carrier Cattle Company. We'll now bring in Class 29, Red Brahman Bulls, born May to June of 2021.
Single entry bull here, big stout made bull that's got lots of depth and lots of width and muscle to him, sounding up at the ground, just an awful nice bull there. I'd like to change him just a bit in his angle to his prepuce, but still nice stout bull there. We'll get him back out here in division.
Congratulations, first place in Class 29, exhibited by Natalie and Zach Tappan with RX Pulled Aggie, a special 102/1. And next class in will be Class 31, Open Red Brahman Bulls, born March of 2021. First place in that class was exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Next class in will be Class 32.
A nice pair of bulls here in this January-February class. I'm going to opt to lead off with a bull that I just think is so much better in terms of his hip shape and design. I think that one is so much leveler and squarer in terms of the way he's made through his hip. He too, when you ask him to go, he wants to come with a little more flex behind. I don't like the front feet on that calf. He toes out a bit more than what I think is acceptable up front. Still, I'm going to call that one sound enough. I think there's just so much good in terms of his strength of top and levelness of hip. I think we need to opt to use him to win this class. Bigger frame, longer sighted bull's the darker bull that's going to go second. That one just gets too round hip for me. And then when you ask him to move, he wants to pull those rear legs up underneath him. I think if we could just raise him a bit at his pin bones there, we'd like that one that much more. So nice pair of bulls. Pick your poison on those where you want to go.
Well, congratulations in that last class before our division. First place exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. CE 21/1, and second place exhibited by East Texas Ranch. We'll now bring in those first and seconds and select a division champion reserve.
Well, there's some decisions to make in this particular division. I think that got some subtle differences in these calves out here. I think that it really depends on where you want to set your priorities and where you think we need to be from a size and structure standpoint. I guess for me, the easiest thing to do is to use the March Bull right here out of the third class to win this particular division. I just think there's too much power and stoutness in that one not to use him to win. And then I think it gets pretty close between the bulls on either end, whether or not which one we're going to use for reserve. As I talked in class, I think the bigger bull needs to be a little bit better in terms of the way his right front foot is made. So with that said, I like the little bull here to be reserved. So congratulations to the bull out of class 3. Bull out of class 1 will be our reserve.
Well, next class in will be class 35 here in your Red Brahman Bull Show. Your champion in that last division went back number 1150, exhibited by Herzog Cattle, and reserve champion was exhibited by back number 1140, Walters Livestock.
We laid this winter bull calf around here in this particular class, but one that I think that could stand some competition. There's a sound made bull that's big ribbed and big bodied. Just an awful nice calf there. He's correct in terms of the angle to his sheath. Nice bull. We'll get him back out here in this division here in a bit.
Congratulations. First place in that class exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC. Next class in will be Class 36 Red Brahman Bulls born September to October of 2020.
Well, a nice pair of bulls here. I think young man's bull that's going to lead off with just does so because he's so much sounder at the ground. He's so much more correct in terms of the set that he's got to his honk and the way he comes down with the integrity behind. Two, to go along with that, that one's just got a tremendous amount of shape to his top. He's big and bold about his rib. It's an awful nice place to lead off this class. On the standstill, there's a lot of good things about the bull in second. He's strong top, he's level hip, he's long and attractive up through his front end. His problem is when we put him on the move, his hock and rear leg just aren't sound enough for me. Nice class of bulls, good place to start.
Congratulations in Class 36. First place was exhibited by Herzog Cattle, and second place in that class exhibited by Walters Livestock. Next class in Class 37, Red Brahman Bulls born July to August of 2020.
Well, a nice pair of bulls here in this particular class, and I guess we could bring 10 or 12 more of them in here, and I think that they're still going to match up really nicely, this pair of bulls. I'm going to start with the young lady in front there. That one's just so much longer sighted. He's so much longer and leveler and squarer hipped when we compare him to the bull in second. He's much more elevated in his chest plate as well. He comes out a bit more correct at the point of his shoulder than what the bull does that lands in second. The bull in second's probably got a nickel more muscle to him. He's probably got a bit more shape to his top. He just gets too round hipped. He wants to drop his pin bones when he moves, and it causes himself to pull up underneath himself a good bit behind. I think that if we could elevate his chest plate in him just a bit and level his hip, we might get off to switch that pair. But there's a high quality pair of bulls that go 1 and 2 in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 37. First place exhibited by Moreno Ranches with Moreno Mr. Remier 97/1, and second place exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC. We'll now bring in your next class, Class 38, Red Brahman Bulls, born May to June of 2020. After this class, our judge will select his champion reserve intermediate bull.
Well, another really nice pair of Red Brahman bulls, and when they get to this age, the attrition starts to kind of take its toll on them. And both of these bulls are left here standing in this particular class, and I think, they're still high quality bulls, both of them. I think they've both got a lot of good parts and pieces to offer, and I think that the folks should be commended on bringing these bulls out here. Bull that leads off with today just comes with more integrity at the ground. That one comes square in terms of the way that his hoof is designed. He too's got a little leveler, square hip in him than what the bull does that comes in second. Bull in second's a long-sided, long-fronted individual. We need to make him a little bit square in terms of his outside toes behind, maybe give him just a bit more base width in comparison to the bull that wins. But two really nice bulls, both doing a nice job with them.
Well, congratulations in Class 38. First place exhibited by Watts Ranch with DADR Mr. Angeles 5/0. And second place in that class exhibited by Carrier Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and we'll be selecting a champion reserve intermediate bull.
quality division of Red Bulls here, and I think that we've had good cattle in all these classes. I think all four of these out here offer us some parts and pieces in terms of moving your programs forward. I think, even the little fall bull that's up at the front, or the winter bull that's up at the front of the line there, that one's nice. He balances up good. He's long-sided. He's long and attractive in his hip. He's good at the ground. Not quite as much center body in him, and that's kind of the calf in him still. Not quite the bone work underneath that guy as a couple of the others that stand right behind him. October Bull, I think, is the next one in line there. Big muscle, big ribbed one. Moderate in terms of his type and kind. You ask that one to get out and move. He's sound at the ground. He's long strided one. Not blessed with the prettiest head in the world, but still an awful good, stout, solid bull there to win that second class. Then the bull out of the third class, biggest frame one that we have out here, big-sided, long individual, long-fronted one. You get him on the move, and he's not moving quite as well as the bulls that stand on either side of him. Then there's a lot of good things in that older bull there. That one is moderate in terms of his type and kind. He's good-legged. He's good bone. He's one that's long-strided. He needs to stand on a bit more substance of bone. I think when we compare him to at least one or two of the other ones out here, he gets a little frailer in terms of his overall bone work. So soundness plays a big deal for me. I think when you step back and you analyze the bulls and look for the two that do that the best, I like the bull out of Class 2 to be our division champion. We follow right up with the bull out of that oldest class to be reserved. Congratulations on a nice pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations, your champion intermediate Red Brahman Bull, exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Mr. H.C. Cole 136/0, and reserve in that division was exhibited by Watts Ranch with D.A.D.R. Mr. Achilles 5/0. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look for Class 41 Red Brahman Bulls born April of 2020.
Well, tremendous bull to lead off this particular class of April yearlings. Big, long-sided kind of a bull. He's super extended up front. I love the condition this guy's in, and he still gives us that base width that we need to find in him. He's muscular. He's one that's got plenty of arch and turn to his top. He's big enough rib. I just think an awful nice place to start in this particular class. Bull that's going to be second, he too's got some center body and some capacity to him in comparison to our class winner. He's a little shorter and rounder in terms of his hip, not quite as attractive up front, but an awful high quality bull as well. Both of them are nice individuals.
Congratulations out of Class 41. First place exhibited by Swinner Brahmins, and second place to Carrier Cattle Company. Next in will be Class 43 Red Brahman Bulls born January to February of 2020.
Big stout Red Bull here, single entry in this particular class. Lots of muscle and volume in him. long-sided, long-fronted individual. I like his cleanliness of his chest plate. That one for me needs to move with a bit more flex to his hock, a little more freedom and ease in terms of the way he goes behind, but a big frame, super strong top, long level hip bull. We'll get him back out here in this division here in just a bit.
And congratulations in Class 43, first place exhibited by Moreno Ranches. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior bull.
Well, a nice division here to select our champion out of. We've had quality stock out here, and just as good as they've been, I think the champion just comes to a different level than the rest of them out here. Congratulations out of that first class up there. That one wins this division. Then I think it gets awful close for reserve. The differences I see in them is the bull that stood second is just more correct in terms of the set and slope to his shoulder. He's one that for his frame size has got more depth to his forerib. Comparing him to the bigger bull's a longer sided, stronger top, leveler hipped one. For me, he just gets too upright in his shoulder, and he's a bit more restricted in the way he handles his hock and rear legs. So sort him like you like him. Second best one for me is this one right here, and he'll be reserved in this division.
Your junior champion was exhibited by back number 1177, Swainer Brahmans, and reserve was exhibited by Carrier Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in your final class of red Brahman bulls. This will be class 47, bulls born May to August of 2019.
Well, as we round out our Red Brahman Bull Show, big stout one to win this particular class, tremendous amount of muscle, big testicle bull to lead off. He needs to be better in terms of his structure off both ends of his skeleton for me. Bull in second's going to be one that I appreciate for the fact that that he is where he is in terms of his composition. I think he's one that what you see is what you get on him. I still read enough shape and turn to his top. We compare him to the bull that goes off in front of him. He's just got to be better hipped and wider based in order for me to swap that pair of bulls. And then Miss Vivian's doing an awesome job over there with her bull, even though she's not getting much help from her assistant. She's doing an awesome job with him. That old guy's just got to have a bit more balance and some more muscle to be more competitive in this particular class. Great job. Big stout bull to win.
Congratulations in Class 47, first place exhibited by Moreno Ranches with Moreno Mr. Rico 995. Second place exhibited by Kimberly Connor with J.R. Sir Charles Manso. And third place exhibited by Rich Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Red Brahman Bull.
It's been an awful nice Red Bull show. Not quite as many numbers as we had in the females, but I still think the quality's been awful good. I've been able to get some bulls back out here that are moderate frame, good looking guys that have enough muscle to them that are still sound enough in their foot and leg structure. Let's put our hands together for these guys out here on an awfully good set of bulls. I think the top pair of bulls here come to the top quite handily for me. I think they sort up fairly easy. I think both of them are awful nice individuals. Congratulations to the bull right here out of Division number 3. He'll be our champion bull. I like the bull out of Division 2 to be reserved. Congratulations on a nice set.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Red Bull was exhibited by Swanner Brahmans, and reserve champion was exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Herzog Cattle. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. We'll now get started with your Gray Brahman Bull show. We'll start with Class 29 Gray Brahman Bulls born May to June of 2021.
Well, a great single entry gray bull to start us off in the gray bull show. Young lady brings us a May bull that's got plenty of muscle to him. One that needs to be a bit leveler in terms of his hip. I think if we did that, we'd like the way he handles his rear legs. But a nice calf there to be a single entry in this particular class. Well, a nice class here in this March calf class. Gray Bull's going to lead off with, I just like the moderation in his frame size. I like the center body and bone work under that guy quite well. I think just a nice bright spot there to lead off this particular class. Speckle neck bull is going to be second. There's a long-sided, long-fronted individual. Gets a little more extreme in his kind, doesn't come to the ground quite as square off either end. But there's one that I think in time, as he gets to body down just a little bit, he gets a bit more competitive in that top pair of bulls. White bull that's going to go third is one that's moderate. He's deep-bodied, and he's one that still balances up fairly well. Just gets a little flatter, a little frailer in terms of his bone work, especially right there behind his blades. But nice class of bulls, a nice gray bull to win.
Well, congratulations in our last class of your Gray Brahman Bulls. First place was exhibited by Walters Livestock. Second place was exhibited by Bullseye Ranch. And third to Addison Wright. Next class in is Class 32 Gray Brahman Bulls born January to February of 2021.
Well, an awful nice pair of bulls here. I'm going to opt to use the white bull to lead off with. I just think there's some more to him. I think when you study that guy right through his forerib, you can get right down on him and study him in terms of his flank. I just think there's more bull there. I think there's more base width. I definitely think there's more substance of bone and foot size under him when we compare him to the red-tinged bull in second. The bull in second's much more correct up through his front 1/3. He ties in better from the point of his shoulder into his neck. He ties in much higher from the top of his blades up into that neck. I think that that's where he excels, and I think that's what makes that pair pretty close. I just don't know that there's enough power there from the point of his shoulder back. I think he wants to funnel into his forerib just a bit. I think he gets a nickel narrow base behind in comparison to the bull that leads off. Deep-sided bull's this one that's going to go third. That one's got some depth to him and some depth of flank. We need to change him just a bit in terms of his muscle shape. He just gets a little too flat in terms of that true muscle shape in him in comparison to the bulls that go out in front of him. Maybe a little more turn in terms of shape of top and definitely more dimension to the center of his quarter is this little bull. He's just not good enough at the ground. He wants to roll over on those toes too much for me behind. Just can't get him sound enough on those feet behind to be able to move him up anymore in class. So nice lineup of bulls. Opted to use one that I just think has a little more to him to win.
Congratulations. In Class 32, first place was exhibited by J&L Cattle Services with Mr. Jojo Pearl 12. Second place exhibited by V8 Ranch. Third place, Bullseye Ranch. And fourth place, IS Ranch Fitting Services. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve calves. Paper thin like a house and cards. A very paper thing. In a place for you. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Yeah. Thank you. Are we ready over here? Well, we are about ready to get started over here in Ring 2 with your Junior Miniature Hereford show. We will be getting started with Class 1.
Well, over here on the Gray Bull side, we've had a nice calf division, single entry out of that first class, and then two classes with some competition in them, and I think that's where our champions will come out of. I think they're good cattle. I think they're quality bulls that will play a real role in moving these operations forward one more step. So with that said, I think the champions in reserve are quite easy to sort in this particular division. I like the bull out of class 2 to be your champion. Congratulations. We're going to follow right up with that older bull out of class number 3 for our reserve in this particular division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion calf is going to go to back number 1145, Walters Livestock, and reserve champion in that division, exhibited by J&L Cattle Services. Next in, we will bring your Class 35 Gray Brahman bulls born November to December of 2020. Well, for those of you just joining us in Jim Norick, we'd like to welcome you to the Cattlemen's Congress. We are getting started with your Junior Miniature Hereford show over here in Ring 2. Your judge today, Mr. Chad Breeding of Miami, Texas, where he lives with his wife, Erin, his children, Austin, Blake, Wyatt, Lillian, and Blair. He is the manager of Bean Seed Cattle, a registered Hereford operation. Put your hands together and welcome our judge today, Mr. Chad Breeding.
Well, an interesting decision for me in this pair of bulls here. I want to go ahead and lead off with the gray bull. That one's just got so much power to him. He's so long and level hip. He's so extended fronted that I think I need to go ahead and use him to win this particular class. I need to change his feet. That one wants to roll over those outside toes a bit more than what I think is acceptable, but still I think there are too many good things about him not to use him to win this particular class. The speckled neck bull is going to be second. That one balances up fairly well. When you get him on the move, he wants to get off just a bit in his hip, wants to get a little rounder in terms of the way he handles himself, causes him to pull up underneath himself just a bit behind. I just don't know that there's quite enough power in that one to get around the bull that wins this particular class.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. First place exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. BER Diesel 764, and second place exhibited by RNL and HV Cattle. Next in will be Class 36 Gray Brahman Bulls born September to October of 2020. Well, congratulations in your first class and division over here in our miniature Hereford show. First place exhibited by Clara Christensen with QM Amy's Ariel. Second place and reserve division exhibited by Lakin Howard. And third place, Harley Holman. Next class in will be Class 2A.
It's a hard decision for me in this particular class. Lots of things I really, really like about the bulls, and then you get to that point where you like them so much, then you want to get nitpicky on a couple of things on them, and I don't know. Maybe I miss the forest for the trees, but I just think the white bull needs the lead. That one just balances up the best. More importantly than that, when you ask him to go, he's coming the soundest at the ground of any of the ones that we have out here to work with. I'd like to level his hip just a bit, and I don't think he has quite as much center body in him as what the bull does that comes in second. But I do know that he's better off his rear legs, and I do know that he's better in terms of the slope that he's got to his sheath and to his prepuce. More importantly than that, he's tighter about his navel than what the calf is that comes in second. Bull in second's more my type from a frame size standpoint. I love the fact that he's as muscular as he is. He's got a little shoulder on him, and then when you put him out and get him on the move, he just doesn't come as square at the ground behind as what that bull does that leads off in front of him. But if we can keep those rear legs underneath that guy, there's an awful lot of good things in him from a sheer production standpoint that I think are awful important. I don't want to take anything away from this calf because I could make myself opt to use him if I was just looking for the one that was the strongest topped and the best hipped one, and the one that I thought was probably going to have the least problems on down the road. But for today, that one just gets a little flat. He's a little flatter ribbed and flatter muscled, not quite as much dimension in him as what I find in the bulls that go in front of him. So pick your poison on those. I just think we've got the soundest one there standing in first in this particular class. Over here on the Brahman side, we've got a single entry bull in this particular class. The young man brings us a big stout-made individual that's got plenty of depth and plenty of bone work underneath him. A nice bull there. I think he could stand quite a bit of competition. We'll get him back out here in a bit in our division drive, but a nice place to start here in this class.
Well, congratulations over in your Brahman ring. The results of Class 36. First place exhibited by Walters Livestock with BRC Ghost Pepper 133. Second place in that class exhibited by BR Cottrare Incorporated. Third place in that class was exhibited by V8 Ranch. We then brought in Class 37. First place was exhibited by Carson Rabb. Now coming in the ring is Class 38, Gray Brahman Bulls, born May to June of 2020. Over here in your miniature Hereford ring, results of Class 2A, first place exhibited by Sutton Stelzer with WCRSTLZ Jasmine F02J. Second place was exhibited by Abigail Meaford. Third place in that class exhibited by Legend Cooper. Fourth place, Blaine Urey. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Mackenzie Wayrich. Now in ring 2, we have Class 2B here in your junior miniature Hereford show.
Well, a nice bull to lead off this particular class. Big ribbed, muscular bull there that's long-sided, and he's very long and level hipped. Sound enough when we ask him to get out and go. If we're going to be a little critical of him, we need to tick more scrotal circumference under that guy as well. So, big blue bull that's going to be second. It's a big frame, long-sided individual in this particular class. He just needs more depth of body. He needs more flank in him in order to be more competitive out here against that big stout bull that beats him today.
Congratulations in Class 38, first place exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. BER James Monroe 723, and second place exhibited by Morris Black Gold Brahmins. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve intermediate bull.
Well, it's been a nice division here in the Gray Bull Show, all the way from that first calf that wins that first class in this division. We talked about that one on the standstills just being awful good. Super strong top and level hip. We got to be better footed on that guy. We had that next class. It was so competitive. We talked the differences we saw in those bulls. Young man brought us a single entry bull out in that following class. There's one that's deep body and easy doing kind of a guy. Not quite the muscle shape in him as what we find in the cattle that stand on either side of him. And then the bull out of that last class, we talked about him as just being super big ribbed and big muscle. There's one that's got plenty of shape and durability when you study him from end to end. So the problem with that one is when you ask him to move, he's just not quite as sound off either end of his skeleton, a bit more extreme in terms of his frame size than where I think we need to be in this particular division. With that said, I like the two bulls out of Class 2 that we sorted through there at the end to be champion in reserve in this particular division.
Well, congratulations, your champion intermediate bull exhibited by Walters Livestock and reserve champion exhibited by BR Cottrell Incorporated. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 41 Gray Brahman bulls born April of 2020.
Well, over here on the Brahman bull side, I'm going to lead off with the bull here in front. This one's just so much longer sided. He's so much more correct when you study him up through his front end and the way he's designed up through his chest plate and as high as he ties up there working into his neck. There's one that's strong top, a super level and square hip, and we ask him to go. He's still sound enough in his foot and leg structure. I like the moderation in the bull in second. I like the muscle shape in him. I like the dimension that guy's got to his center body. My problem with him is his testicles hang just way too twisted for me. I'd sure like to change the angle of his prepuce. He's wanting to be much more pendulous there than what I think he needs to be. So interesting decision there. Got to change his testicles in order for me to swap that pair of bulls.
Did he give us that? Yeah. 1-2. Congratulations. In Class 41, first place was exhibited by Bailey R.M. Clay with Mr. V8 148/8. And second place in that class was exhibited by Razorback Farm LLC. Back over in your miniature Hereford ring, results of Class 2B, first place exhibited by Sutton Stelzer. Second place exhibited by Lane White. Third place, Devery Darbin. Fourth place, Dustin Font. Fifth place, Caden Fitch. And sixth place, Will Tucker. We're now bringing in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his division champion reserve.
Well, a nice bull to lead off this class with. That one's kind of my type. He's good looking, moderate frame, good footed. Nice bull to win this class. Bull in second, deep-sided bull that's got plenty of arch and spring to his rib. He's big top, just not quite as attractive up through his front 1/3. I'd like to elevate his chest plate in him just a bit in order to make him more competitive with that bull that wins. Bull that's going to round out this trio of bulls has got some muscle to him. He's just too round. He's too round through the center of his body. The biggest problem with that one is when you ask him to move, those rear legs just aren't sound enough for me to move him up in class.
Well, congratulations over in the miniature Hereford ring. Your division champion was exhibited by Sutton Stelzer with WCRS TLZ Sky E03J. And reserve also exhibited by Sutton Stelzer with WCRS TLZ Jasmine F02J. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 3 here in your junior miniature Hereford show. Back over in the Brahman show, results of Class 42. First place exhibited by Walters Livestock with Mr. V8 910/8. Second place was exhibited by Magnolia Creek Brahmins, and third place, Bullseye Ranch. Now in the ring is your final class here in this division.
Another tremendous pair of bulls here in this particular class. I like the more yellow bull to lead off. Excuse me. That one just balances up so good for me. He's super long and attractive up front. The point of his shoulder ties really tight into his neck. more importantly than that, for me, you ask that one to move, and he's just as sound as can be. Awful nice bull to lead off this class. It's going to be fun to see him out here with the one from that last class. Bull in second's got some muscle to him. He's got some shape and turn. Not quite as good in terms of his testicular development. Not near as good in terms of his hip. But there's a high-quality individual right there that can stand lots of pressure as well. Nice pair of bulls. Nice one to win.
Congratulations in that last class over here in your Brahman ring. First place exhibited by V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 891 over 8. And second place exhibited by Grace McCall. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior bulls.
A nice lineup, Becca, out here in this particular division. You know, I kind of like it when it all comes together and the cattle start to line up. And when you get to this age of cattle, hopefully you're able to find the type and kind that you like. And in this particular division, I've really been able to do that. I find cattle that look good, look the part, that are the right size in my book, and that come good and solid and sound at the ground. So we got an awful nice pair of bulls to match up here in this particular division. I don't know what's coming later on, but this pair here match up really nicely for me. So awesome job. I like the 1 out of 2 to be the champion today. 1 out of 3 to be reserved. Nice pair of bulls.
Congratulations, your junior champion bull exhibited by Walters Livestock with Mr. V8 910 over 8. And reserve champion was exhibited by V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 891 over 8. We'll now bring in your next class of gray Brahman bulls. These bulls were born May to August of 2019.
Well, a single entry bull over here as we work into this senior division. We've got a couple of single entries here. And they tell me bull that wins this particular class is just an awful stout one. There's one that checks a lot of the boxes in terms of that soundness and stoutness that we look for and still maintaining that look. he wants to paddle that front end just a bit more when we ask him to go than what I ideally like to see. I'm still calling that acceptable, and there's an awful good bull to have win a blue ribbon here in this particular class. Be interesting to get him back out here in a bit.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. First place in Class 47, Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar DM and Ghost Rider 120. Next class in will be your final class of Gray Brahman Bulls, born January to April of 2019. I did. And congratulations over here in the Junior Miniature Hereford Show. First place in that class was exhibited by Abigail Meaford with KK Get Your Guns Up. Second place exhibited by Sutton Stelzer. Third place, Kylan Oakes. Fourth place exhibited by Kimberly Tucker. And fifth place exhibited by Daylin Williams. That was also your division champion in reserve. We now have Class 4 over here in Ring 2.
Well, over here as we wind up our Gray Brahman classes here, single entry bull in this last class, and a lot of the same things I said about the other bull can be said about this one, because this one puts a lot of parts and pieces together in a really attractive and desirable package. And this guy here has a lot of parts and pieces to him that you really, really like. I think that, if you need to add a little frame size, add some soundness and some look, I think this is the guy that you want to turn to. He's like a nickel big for me. I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't know that he's outside of the box, but that guy's plenty big enough framed. I don't know that we need him any bigger than him, but to go with that, he's still good-legged and good-footed. He's made right. He's put together right. His chest plate's elevated into his front end where it needs to be. So there's an awful nice Brahman bull right there, and we'll get him back out here in a bit and compare some really high-quality cattle in this particular division.
Congratulations in Class 48. First place exhibited by V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 562/8. We're now going to bring in those two single entry bulls. Our judge will select his champion reserve senior bull.
Well, here's an awful nice pair of Brahman bulls, and you can go down the road and find as many of them as you want, and you go look for the best two you can find, and yeah, I don't know how many of them you can get that would get around these, because that's an awful high quality pair of bulls that have maintained themselves while being hauled a tremendous amount, and my hat's off to those guys that not only are at the halter, but those that have been in charge of how these bulls get handled and managed. So I'm going to say that, they're different ends of the spectrum. The big bull's a little bigger framed. He's one that's a nickel longer sided. I don't know that he's any more extended fronted than the bull up in the lead. I will say that I think he comes to the ground a little better up front in the way he handles himself from his knee to the ground than what the other bull does. This bull is more my type in terms of frame size. I think he's moderate in his kind. He's still big-ribbed and big muscle. His calves are going to weigh something, but they're going to be the right size kind of cattle, I hope, when you go ahead and mate this guy with the right mating. So, as I said before, I don't know what's up. He may have been close to foundering or something there, but he's wanting to paddle those front feet a little bit more than what I think is ideal. But today, there are just too many good things in him to not use him to win this division. Congratulations, Michael. That one's going to be our division champion. I'm going to follow right up with a big bull. Congratulations to both of you on an excellent job.
Congratulations, your champion senior bull exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters and reserved to V8 Ranch. At this time, over here in Ring 1, we're going to bring in all of your division champion reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand Gray Brahman bull.
Well, we kind of come to the climax of the day here in terms of the Brahman show, and man, I'm really happy with our 4 division champions and our 4 reserves. You know, if you don't like those 4 that are out on this side or the ones that stand right behind them, I guess we don't like the same kind of cattle, because those are the ones that that are the type and kind that can keep you in business. There are those that are not way out on either side of terms of where the pendulum should be or needs to be. I think these are the kind that can keep you in business for a long time. So I won't argue with you a lot. If you want to use a different one than the one that I'm going to use today, I think you've got to ask yourself what one of these works best from a genetic standpoint in your own program and what you think you can merchandise. So, you know, I'm not going to bore you guys with a lot of my rhetoric. I know many of you at ringside, and I've grown up with a lot of you, and you know, it's kind of cool to get to judge here at Cattlemen's Congress across the ring with one of my best friends over there, Chad Breeding. You know, I mean, don't let Chad tell you any lies about the things that we did in college, because none of them were true. But a year ago yesterday, I stood in this very ring and had the opportunity to judge the National Charlet Show. And, you know, when I told those guys at the end of the day, that's my breed of cattle, and that's what's made us a living since 1936. But a lot of you don't know that there, for about a 25-year period, we were very involved in the Brahman breed as well. And I actually grew up in your junior program, and I have not only a lot of respect, but a tremendous amount of passion for your breed and those involved in it. And I think you guys have done a great job. You know, I've been out of college now for 30-something years, and I think every year but one, I've gotten to judge one of your bigger shows. So with that said, I've done them with integrity. I've sorted the cattle and not the people. And for those of you that know me or truly know me and not just think you know me, you know that it doesn't make any difference who's leading them or what anybody says or what goes on. So I'm going to sort the cattle like I like them. And you know, the solution to that is don't ask me back if you don't like the ones that win. So with that said, thanks to the Brahman Association and thanks to the guys here at Cattlemen's Congress for inviting me out and asking for my opinion of your stock today. It's been fun. It means a lot to my entire family. We make our living in the seed stock industry. So with that said, you guys leave here with passion. I know there's a lot more shows down the road, but as I've told people for the last several years, whatever it is in life that you want to do it with passion, and don't ever settle to be second best, because second best is just the first loser. So with that said, it's been an awesome show. I've got a pair of bulls out here that are my type of bulls. There's a little bit of differences in them, but I still think they're awful good in terms of being cattle that can move your industry and your breed one more step forward. So with that said, congratulations. I'm going to go out and grab you a champion in the reserve. Once again, thanks for having me. It's been an awful nice show.
Congratulations, your grand champion Gray Brahman Bull, exhibited by Walters Livestock with Mr. V8 910 over 8. And your reserve champion exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar D MN Ghost Rider 120. Again, congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Mitch Thomas of Raymondville, Texas. Back over here in the miniature Hereford ring, the results of that last class, first place in division champ, was exhibited by Scarlett Edwards with KLD Kit Kat. Reserve division exhibited by Jordan Bertram with BGB Jenga. Third place in that class was exhibited by Colton Christensen. Fourth place, Cadence Urey. Fifth place was exhibited by Macy Roberts. Sixth place, Emmy Kate Barato. 7th place in that class went to Hannah Hogan. 8th place exhibited by Haven Sandstrom, and 9th place Willa Sandstrom. We then have the results of Class 5A. First place was exhibited by Lucy Carmen. Second place exhibited by Emmy Kate Barato, and third place exhibited by Shepard Sandstrom. Now currently in Ring 2, we have Class 5B. We will be starting our Open Brayford and F1 shows over here in Ring 1 in about 10 minutes.